Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay. Check buttons pressed, buttons pressed. Let's unpause these because we was doing a little bit between episodes and we don't have anything that can deliver fuel to you anymore, so can I not remotely refuel you? No, I'd have to remotely recover you. We've upgraded all of our fuel stations to the hydrogen ones now. We'll recover it. It's probably just going to run out of fuel again, but we'll see. And I am thinking about building pipes to this one as well, but anyway, yeah. Plan today is mostly going to be doing stuff to benefit our workers and their health. Okay, yeah, so that hasn't refueled it. I might have to temporarily build a refueling station just so that yeah, let's do that. These last remaining ones still have some amount of fuel. Let's drop it here. We'll give it a hydrogen vehicle. Okay, a pipe up. So yeah, plan today is to do stuff that benefits our workers. We'll be starting with chicken production once we've tied off a few loose ends. While we're doing that, the ship will get upgraded. Then we'll be working on upgrades to housing, household goods, recycling, and then waste treatment and incineration plants, which will help reduce the pollution. But first things first, I finished the design for this. We just need to turn it on effectively. I also need to turn on another set of glass production. We are going to need this. Because a lot of the stuff we're going to be making will use it. I think I've allocated... yeah. Our tree cutters should start clearing all that area out. Hopefully we won't run out of copper today, but we're going to use this set first. We have access to both of these now. Let me plonk this in the flat area over here. Don't think I need that control tower here anymore, so I'll disassemble that one as well. Just so that we can start preparing the space. I think we're also going to need to... yeah, the train line's going to come straight through the middle of here. So we probably do need to flatten basically this entire section, which is a pain, but that'll give us a space to work with. Is there anywhere they can put the dirt? Some basic iron down here that we could also get access to. Let's allow them to create a ramp down. It's going to be a bit tricky because if the ramp's going to come down, it's going to come down diagonally. Can't really make diagonal ramps. So we'd have to curve the train track around and then down here most likely. So yeah, starting from there, going down. Truck comes along here. Do it here. And expand the area of this so that it includes that. Can't move that any further that way at the moment, but we can just shift the entire thing over. Okay, that should get everything that we need it to get. We'll allocate it. Oh, we can't allocate an excavator because we need to wait for one of the spare excavators to get upgraded. All the vehicles are queued to be upgraded, and that was done before they added the nice button to allow you to do it all at once. So I'd gone through all but 8 vehicles I had found and told to upgrade. So it will make its way through the queue. Okay, with that planned, we need these trees cut so that we can work on that. And we need to bring the exhaust pipes over to here. I believe both of these are holding exhausts, yes. So we can flip the direction of that and just send all of that exhaust back down those pipes. Okay. Actually, let's not send them that way just yet. Let's bring this along here, because then we can get it under here. Bringing this up to 4. Now we're going to need to bring it up. Oh, no, we don't, do we? Or do we? Yeah, we can bring it through there. Should be exhaust input. There was a pipe I wanted to move, wasn't there? Oh, that was down here. Yes, when we need to make chlorine, I want to move those pipes. It's nothing to do with what we're working on in a minute, though, so that can wait. This is the other end of that. Let's just take this along a straight line here. We can bring it over along here. Here to here, and then if we just tell it to connect in, it should figure out to go down and under. Okay. This one here can be flipped back around. Right, let's bring this lot online. Let's make sure all of these connections are going to be good. That is a output line, yes. As is this. We didn't finish off where that's going to, that's fine. That's going to need to be upgraded. I think we can get away with just doing this as long as we immediately replace it. Nope, don't flip it around yet. That's not what we have to do. We have to upgrade in these. Okay, that'll upgrade the pipes up to here. What I probably want to do is have a balancing system. What I may just do is connect all of these into these two pipes and have a balancer and just say prioritize going out this direction. I don't think I'm going to remove that. We need a place for loose, cargo, that one. Sulfur. Actually, connect it from this side. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, output for sulfur. I believe all of this should be exhausts. We need the other side to be built, or the rest, or this facility to be brought online first before we can actually start redirecting it. We are apparently out of iron ore. We're out of iron ore because there is not enough people actually shifting the rock. How many actual unallocated vehicles was there? 24, 15. That's enough. Okay, there's actually a fair few of them. Oh no, that's just starting to mining. There's 24. That's less trucks than we probably should have. Well, iron's going to be a problem unless we fix this, so made that high priority for now. Okay, this one is out of fuel, that's fine. We can swap it over to hydrogen. Remove it. Although that building there was always a temporary thing. Okay, no, they are getting into the bits that have the metal. For now, we can help things along. Can I trade ore for... So not ore for... That's what I want. Wood for iron scraps. Yeah, you're told to keep that full. Presumably the same on that one. I end up upgrading the ones in here as well. Yeah. Fair enough. We're out of copper as well, so let's upgrade that. Let's just tell them to get rid of the stone for now. It's not causing a problem yet, but it will do if I don't if I didn't solve that now. Right. Water goes in there. Water priority comes in from the cooling towers, so we're not using unnecessary water. Okay. Aside from the exhaust, that's feeding everything in. We may actually eventually need a third exhaust line, but we'll see. That's all online. We're just waiting on those bits, which I suppose I could accelerate. But while that starts going... Chickens. Oh, greenhouses are ready as well. Eggs go to a baking unit. Can we actually do anything with eggs yet? Just make food packs. When enabled, a red slider appears. If the total number of animals in this farm gets above the red slider, then excess numbers will be slaughtered for products like meat. In case the slider is set to full capacity, it will only slaughter the born excess that would not fit into the farm. If slaughter is disabled, no meat products are... Okay, chicken carcasses. Yeah, because we can't currently do anything with eggs. Cake, I'm fairly sure, is much later down the line. We need fruit to make cake. So yeah, slaughter would be enabled to make chicken carcasses. Chicken carcasses we can either burn, but we'd much rather run them through a food processor. With water and salt, that gets us meat and meat trimmings. Meat trimmings get thrown in to go to the digesters. At least for now. Sausage production. So yeah, they'll probably go to the digesters. I think meat just goes straight to here. Oh, we can send eggs here as well. Okay. So there's two sets of foods. They're both flat belts. That's a flat belt. That's annoying. That's annoying because it means we're going to need one for meat or eggs, and then one for meat. Go in here and here. Apples are going to be loose. Very sure apples must be loose. And I imagine we must be able to sell apples directly. One thing... no, we can't do it that way. I was wondering whether or not I could just fit this here and have it automatically filter in stuff that wasn't full, but no. If I want to belt everything in, they're proteins. We need apples so that we can get vitamins and reduce the amount of vegetables. Because increasing this is just going to reduce the amount of soybeans that we need at this point. Eggs are processed directly, so they can go in first. And then meat in here. So that one's probably going to be apples. I wonder if sugar is going to come in bags. And whether or not sugar is considered a foodstuff. Or just used for... Wait, why is the ability to make cake here? You need sugarcane for cake. That makes no sense for it being there. You can't make it till you have sugarcane, and that's after fruit. Yeah, there's only one way to make cake. It requires fruit and sugar. Canola is cooking oil. But I don't think that's going to come through as actual food. Enables packing of food to sell via contracts. Which we can... Oh no, we don't have the technology yet. Snacks are also going to be flat. Sausages. Is there any other food after sausages and sugar and therefore cake? No, they look like the last foodstuffs. I'm not worried about them in a minute. It just means that we're going to need to have more of these for connection to these. Okay. Let's see. That's going to be producing a variable amount. $15. If I compare it to bread, tofu is 12. We're still only making one lot of bread, but we do make 24. So I think we're going to want 2 of these. I don't know how many chicken farms we're going to need, but we want 2 of those. There's nothing stopping me from... I'm not going to build that, I just want it in the way. From grabbing this stuff from here. I highly doubt that the animal feed we're getting from these is going to be sufficient for a chicken farm. And that reminds me of something else. Trains, buildings, level crossing. Large, because why not? Is that in line? I don't know if that's in line at the minute. Pause for a second while I check this. Yeah, it is as in line as I can make it given that they're different sizes. Because this gives me an indication as to how far further upwards I can build on this section. This lot's eventually going to have to swerve down so that it avoids this and so that we can get it down here. But we can get it straight across here. And I do think I'm probably going to redo all of this because we want to be able to get higher tier fertilizer. Okay. You're up and running. We just need to actually start sending more stuff your way. Let's quick build that one. Okay, that pipe is going the wrong way. We can send everything this way now. Flip that, flip that, flip that. Okay, pause for a second because we're going to need to do a little bit of disassembly. Same here. Disassemble to the bridge. And we will speed this up. Get out of the way. Pause again. Right. Fluids, pipe balancer. Okay, that's that. And again, let's just accelerate this through to get it up and running. We have the Unity to quick build, so we may as well. How can I... Oh, I can just do it that way. Duly noted, that helps. Okay. So that should redirect everything down these two pipes. Unless these two pipes are blocked for some reason. In which case it should then vent. I think at the minute it's venting from here. Okay. Right. I need to make sure all of this is configured and set up correctly. There it comes. Should send most of it this way first, and excess will go that way. I should upgrade this pipe. I should upgrade both of these pipes, actually. While it'll never have the throughput, we do want it to fill one of these first and foremost. Okay. That is running. Whether or not it's going to manage to keep up with all of that, I don't know, but we'll see. Okay, yeah. It's... Can I increase the general priority of work assignment electrics? Plenty of inertia. Production priority. Use this power first. That might not be the way to do it. Is there space there to do that? There's not. I would need to tweak it. This should, if it's running constantly, which it's not at the minute, and that's the problem, then it should keep these running. But because it's not running constantly, it can't. So I think what I need to do instead is make adjustments. Specifically, I want to put a pipe balancer here. Connect that one up to there. Connect that up to there. And then connect that to there. And then tell it to priority output to one of them, just so that it can keep the line spun up. And then we'll do the same on the other side. And again, since we still have some spare of this, we may as well. When enabled, the turbine will automatically pause when the shaft is nearly full or fully charged to prevent wasting input. Yeah, that does look like it's working a little bit better. If I upgrade that, then the pipe itself will have a little bit more capacity, but I don't think that will necessarily help. Just want to make sure that I'm making the best use out of this that I can do. Maybe I should flip it the other way around, because this has slightly more... there's a slightly bigger buffer here. So let's go to power the other one first. Okay, so that'll reduce the amount of air pollution we're making. In theory, from exhaust at least. We still have to vent the carbon dioxide, but that's not as bad an exhaust as exhaust is. We're low on copper. Why are we low on copper? Oh, because they've decided to come around here and sneak some of that. Fair enough. We're not out of copper yet, so don't need to worry about it. So, yeah, that's up and running. You're delivering stuff there to be built. Okay. We need to figure out where we're going to put this. We need to also have loose storage, small salt. Chicken carcasses are flat storage. What's going to happen if this thing can't get rid of chicken carcasses? I mean, ideally, we just wanted to stop slaughtering the animals. But the more animals we have, the faster they're going to breed. I assume, at least. And the more feed they're going to take. Which one of these is producing double vegetables? You are. Get upgraded. And while you are getting upgraded, has a 25% crop yield increase compared to the base farm. Crops also require extra water and fertilizer. So uses slightly more water and more population. Oh, and a lot more maintenance. Maintenance is something that could become a serious issue. Because I'm betting at this point we're getting dangerously close to the maximum possible demand equaling our maximum possible production. How much glass do we actually have in storage? Glass is not something I ever added to my list. Let me add that to the list. Okay, we actually have enough glass that we can... Let's put this down here. Upgrade all of them. Don't know whether or not we have enough water coming in at the moment. We can't expand that anymore on this because it will drain it. This is probably too high up still to consider pumping it from the sea. Okay, that needs to be height of 5, this would be a height of 11, this is a height of 14. So we would need to bring it down a little if we wanted to pump seawater up, but in reality, a decent amount of our water is being consumed by our people, and we will get that back when we have wastewater treatment. But we will need to make chlorine as well. Do I want to reorganize some of these? Get wastewater treatment first and then get recycling? I think so, yes. Let's do a little bit of reorganization. We'll still get ship's engine first. Then we'll get wastewater treatment. Then we'll get recycling. And then the incineration plant. And then we'll go thermal storage just because it's there. Yeah, it's going to take water as well. We have a nice space here for wastewater treatment. This in theory is all we need for this. It's just going to be a matter of routing the things in. I don't know how many chicken farms we're going to need though. So we'll allocate 2 of them. And as usual, we'll only build the 1 of them. Salt inputs. I don't really want to disrupt that line there. That's plenty of space, I think, to route this along here. Yeah, we have two things we want to route along there. How much space did we leave on this side? 2. That's 1 too far. We'd still need to get that up and over, so let's move this across a bit more. Okay, there will be fine. We'll go that route anyway, we may as well take it all the way. Okay. Needs to be back a little bit. There we go, that'll let us get that out. We'll bring the salt up and over. So this can come along here. And if we need to add more of these, we can expand it out that way. Yes, we know you can't get to any of them. You're not supposed to get to any of them. You're supposed to get to these first. So why you complain about those specifically, I don't know. Or are you trying... You're trying to put it... okay. Ignore that bit for now. Other places you can go. Okay, that's fine. You're still empty, but that's being fixed. Okay. Now, why have you run out? Because we ran out of copper for a while. Yeah, we ran out of copper for a while, so fair enough, that's why they stopped. Steady progress continues to be made. It's not a lack of vehicle parts, it's just the fact that once it's ready, the vehicle that we have out there has to slowly make its way back. And that's what's taking the time. Okay, so this we want to be kept full. Oh, these are going to take water as well. Okay. This here contains animal feed. Interesting, they've made the greenhouses out of wood. Okay. There is stuff here that we can make additional feed out of if we need to. What we can do initially is just pull off of here. That would want to be a balancer. Because we want it to send the feed this way first. We could bring the feed back from up here. Because we are making extra feed from here. It would mean routing a single longer belt, but then I don't need to worry about double process, two lots of things processing the same things. So what I can do is do have the bio waste on it as well. The biomass is only coming in on here. If we're going to replace this, which was kind of part of the idea. Okay, basic tier fluid storage, fertilizer 2. Mixer. Make fertilizer 2. So, yeah. Fertilizer 2 is already twice as effective. Well, fertilizer 1 is already twice as effective as fertilizer, or organic fertilizer. And fertilizer 2 is only 5% more. So we would only need half the production that we are effectively currently making, but we would like to burn through or have enough production in the line to use everything. So that needs another mixer. Does it? No. It needs a chemical plant. Which would be oil. That turns 30 into 45. That's all pipe work, so it doesn't really matter. That's both loose stuff. Okay, so that makes 48 per minute. That'll make 45 per minute. With all current production, we don't need to increase it any more than that, but let's... $48 per minute. 2 of those would mean that this produces 90 per minute. To 3 of those. And if we ever need to, we can overclock this rather than make a second one. Okay. Need a bit more space between these two so that we can feed these. Actually, no, we don't. Needs 18 oxygen. Not counts as oxygen then. Smelting. Air separator. Okay, I'll produce enough oxygen for those. We need a smokestack. I think we just need a small one. Connected directly to the edge of that. The limiting factor is going to be ammonia. At the minute, the only place we're getting ammonia is from these, so we won't actually be producing enough of it for... Yeah. Current production of ammonia is insufficient. But we have plenty of hydrogen, we could make more ammonia. At the very least we need to stop burning it. And stop burning by default and start storing it. To which end we probably need to remove those now. Yeah, let's do this now. So that we can get in a tank for ammonia, and then we're going to need another tank for chlorine later. How close are these allowed to be before it's going to cause a problem? I mean, it's going to complain about the output from here anyway, but this will let us test this. I think we went up to height 3, didn't we? As you know, just height 2. Ah, damn, it's going to add another stanchion, which is not what we want. I don't want to block that off anymore, so we'll have to get rid of that little bit there. Hopefully this will allow it to... have a stanchion there instead. There we go. Keeps that path clear. Now we need to get this out from here. We are going to need to burn any excess so that things don't clog up. So So we're going to need another one over these over here. This needs to get them moved over to here. Okay, tear down that. And that. That's your priority output. Oh, that's one higher than it need be. Oh, we didn't need to put it down on the ground level down here. We can actually do it up here. Do it there instead. Same deal though. There we go. And I guess there's a stockpile of ammonia. Oxygen from here, nitrogen. You really don't get much from that. And we're going to need ammonia for other things up here anyway. Suppose we could start burning the sulfur just to get through the sour water. Not sure which of these we set as a priority. I think we've told this one up here to be a priority, haven't we? Because the sulfur is going to get burnt if we run out of uses for it. I'll have to see how that goes, if something gets jammed or not. For now it'll do. Okay. Chemical plant. That's twice the power. Is that factoring in the recipe? No, so it's going to use a megawatt to run both of these. just to be able to upgrade our fertilizer. One of these wants to be limestone. The other one's sulfur. That needs tweaking now. I don't need things to be that compressed. And this doesn't even need to be here. We'll probably end up having this on this side and then running the pipe work through. Do we want to buffer for fertilizer 1? We need a tank for hydrogen. And in fact, if we're going to have a tank for hydrogen up here, that was a small tank. Let's make it a big tank. We might as well have a fuel station. That's height 2. I actually only want this height 1. Oh, bastard. Not what we meant to do. Take that as a priority input. I am still very concerned about how rapidly we are running out of copper. We still have a few layers that we can dig down, but how's the tree cutting going? Not good enough. We're not going to have a line to be able to run the train through. Still waiting on our spare excavators to be upgraded. Okay, we ran out of copper again. We ran entirely out of copper. If I allocate one of the let's allocate one of our spare excavators. If I allocate this one, no, if I allocate that one over there, it's going to run out of fuel. Or this truck is going to have to drive a long way to refill it. Okay, so I think I need to move these, which I expected. That's fine. But if we're going to do that, we should confirm or commit to the full upgrade. So we should work out how we're going to redo this bit. I'm happy with this bit. Just needs placing. Let's finish connecting the last bits of it. How high do we need to be to get over this? Is that high enough? No, that needs to be higher. It's going to want a stanchion, that's the problem. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We need these into here. Okay, that gets us from basic fertilizer all the way up to the most advanced stuff. Okay. suppose we can make hydrogen over here if we need to. I had another idea for use of fuel gas though. What was it? What did we need it for? The incineration plant. That's why we still wanted it produced up here. We feed it into the incineration plant to make power. Chemical fuel is going to be a rocket thing. At a guess, this is supposed to be solid rocket fuel. Because I don't think you'd put aluminium in liquid rocket fuel. I'm not sure what hydrazine and those things are made of. I'd have to look them up. So yeah, we wanted the fuel gas so that we can burn the waste. And if we're making it over here still, then we can always pipe it down to where the waste is going to be burnt. And then continue to manually ship out anything else that we need down to the power plant to get burnt as a priority over here. Or we could just compress the waste. Ship the waste down to here and have the incineration plant down here. We have space over here that we could put the incineration plant. Depends on how big it's going to be. Is copper production running again? You keeping up more or less? Okay. Doesn't look like we're going to have a maintenance problem in the near future. We may as well have a buffer for compost again. I don't see a reason why not. The water pipe's on this side, so yeah, that's fine. That can stay on that side. So the question is, how do I want to redo this? Do we have a mixer dedicated to bio-waste or biomass? Or keep doing it this way? And do we have one or two of these? Okay, I think we keep the idea that I think we might keep most of how we have that set up. I'll have them all allocated so that they consume biomass first. Would it allow me to do that? Yeah, didn't think so. Okay. That's good. That's still going. Have they stopped trying to deliver over there? They have. That's fine. Right, you need a digger in order to be able to finish that. So why are you even trying? I didn't allocate a truck to this, no. Can I change the order of these? I don't want to cancel it, I want to do this one first. I want to get the excavators done first. Food quantities are fine, oil quantities are fine. Fuel quantities are still going down. We should have hydrogen is our primary fuel source now, so we need to be keeping an eye on that. Just a little surprised that we're effectively out of diesel. Given that we are following the thing the diesel converts into. That shouldn't be being consumed. Fuel gas should absolutely have the throughput, so why is it still getting naphtha? This is the priority input. It may be a flow rate issue. Which is why the naphtha was getting used. How much to upgrade that line? Yeah, go ahead and upgrade that line as well. Let's make sure we have sufficient flow. Speed tiles per second. That should work a little better. Nope, we've gone through our coal again. Which part of this do we want to dig out? Oh no, we haven't gone through our coal again. We just allocated an area that was outside of its ability to reach it. There we go. Better. Where were we? Okay. If we have an overabundance of compost, then use the recipe that just needs compost. If we don't have an overabundance of compost, then add dirt to make it. That makes sense. We need the digesters. I could move this entire section up closer to where the actual horizontal path they're all driving along is. We have run out of oil. We are, however, stockpiling up that again. Good. How's our actual copper production? Our copper production is keeping up. And you are out on delivery duty, so oil's going to be okay. Okay, I am going to increase the priority of this one and reduce the priority of this one. This does mean that the sulfur from being produced up here is more likely to get burnt, but it means that it will prioritize grabbing resources from here. Let's reduce this one a bit more. So it should only go to the sulfur up there if there isn't sulfur here to take. One would hope. Prioritize for work with slime, electrical maintenance, and consumers. Because we wanted to consume this one first so that we're making more ammonia. Okay, if we move all of these up to be closer to... Train line is there, so let's use that line there. It gives us a little bit more room down this way. And we can use to shift this lot. Or even to do that way. Okay. Just mulch whatever comes in your way. We can make compost from meat trimmings as well. see, did we place this too close? No, that's fine. We can get that there. We do need an overflow. If all of these are running an output in their maximum, then that's still less than 60. Okay, we don't need to specifically construct this one to keep it empty. The dirt one we do want to be constructed to keep it full. Go from here. That full, keep that full, keep that full. Yep, that's getting piped in and out directly. It doesn't need to be anything treating with it. We will allow cargo vehicles to import into that. Okay, now comes the slightly trickier part. Are you flipped the right way around to do this? Yes. Not quite clever enough to figure out what I was trying to do with it, but it can do most of it for me. Okay. The only thing to prep left is this bit. The only ones, or only recipes we're interested in, are the ones that make animal feed. Do we just use the same recipes we do last time, or do we also add potatoes to the list? I mean, anything that doesn't get consumed gets sent out elsewhere, so... let's have one running those two, the other one set up for those two, in this order. Animal feed then comes out this side. We want a loose balancer. And that goes out to that one will go back out to the farms. This one comes in from the farms. So that goes to chicken farm specifically. We'll have the biomass just coming in and over the top. So that'll be biomass. What am I looking for? Why can't I see them? Animal feed. Animal feed. Soybeans. Potatoes. Wheat, corn, wait, no, we can't do it quite this way. We do still need to have balancers. Okay. And then these need to get fed back into the main bus. Do that the other way around. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things which one's on the bottom, which one's on the top. Ah, right, yeah, because that's in the way. Okay, we can do this instead. Will actually give us a little bit more room to play with anyway, so probably a good idea. Because we do need to rejoin all of these back in. So that can go in there, that can come up, along, and in there. This can come along here. Doesn't need to go up, stay on the ground level. Like that. And then okay, I think that does the job. Biomass comes in here. We should actually not take this one in line, because we're going to need to bring this up and over the top of these two belts. So that'll need to be like that. That's going to need to go over the top of them as well. Like that. Okay. I am happy with that. I don't know how much of this we're going to build initially, but that will do the job. So now all that remains is to bring this out to level 2. Oh. Now how and why do you do that? That's silly. Better. Try again. Up to 2. Over the top here. Over to here. Okay, upgrade for basically everything we have here. We are, however, now going to have to rip it all down so that we can reconnect it all back up again. And then we can bring the animal feed along here and into this, and we can connect these up. That's sorted, that's sorted. We can upgrade our ship now, so let's issue those instructions. All vehicles are now currently being upgraded to that. Ship designer, better engine, doubles the fuel tank, increases the crew, increases the hull, Increases the battle score. Increases radar range. Oh, that's not actually that expensive. It's a lot of steel. But I was expecting something else. Okay. Oops, too far. Right. We're also going to need to tear this down to move it. Probably just further this way, probably over here. Make it a little bit more condensed. We don't need to tear it down, we just need to place it. Nice big fluid tank. I'm not going to quite be able to do what I wanted to do. Let's hide those for a second. Let me snip. Just to slide you over here for a sec. Okay. Everything else all right? Everything else looks like it's all right. How are you doing? Almost down to the last 30. Now, was that spare one that it upgraded, the hydrogen one? No. Okay, we're just going to enable this. We need to start clearing this area out. I don't think there's much we can do about the trees. We need to be able to build some more trucks after this. So let's in fact queue a few additional up hydrogen trucks. How many do we have? I don't know. 5, 6, 10. 10 will do. Because yeah, we need to clear this area out. Which includes making sure we can start building the stuff over here that we're going to need. Still shouldn't be too worried about the copper. We still have time, but I am slightly concerned that we may run out. Do we have any contracts we could take to get additional copper in a shorter term? Copper for iron, not what we're looking for. Iron for bauxite. Product cost estimates. Can trade iron ore for copper ore. So we do have some options. We probably should actually get one of those up. Where is the large cargo? How far away are we from that? Better smelter, better mixer. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. We're going to be able to build a better mixer soon. But we'd have to go for advanced smeltery first. We could reduce the size or the imprint of what we're building and the amount of people we're currently going to need in it by doing this. Which would also reduce maintenance. Cargo depot 3 and 4. Okay, so it's a ways away yet. Probably upgrade that to a 3 without too much difficulty. Yeah, there's enough... it depends upon ship entry and exits. This one we may actually have to move this way slightly. Can't mirror it, and it's always going to expand leftwards. Okay, so if we're keeping this in line, this wants to be 5 off the edge? 5 off the edge. Okay. That should give me plenty of room to expand this all the way out to 8. Maybe. Yes, that one can be expanded to 8. Okay. How big is that section? 5. So there is probably going to be okay. Because that's 5 over the edge. Yeah, I reckon we allocate the next one there. That'll give us options. We don't need to do anything with them at the minute. I just wanted to have them positioned and ready. But in the short term, we will probably use one here instead. Oh, that blocks ocean access to that. That shouldn't be a problem, but... how much would I have to move it? Okay, the tiniest of amount. So yeah, we could easily upgrade this one to a 6 wide. Keep that one 4 wide. So there we go, we have options for additional ports. And I think we could put some more down here if we need to, particularly after we've expanded that out. Let me just check to make sure it's not going to complain about that. Yep, no, it's happy about that. It has an escape route. So we have some more down there if we ever get more. And we can always expand out this way a bit more as well. So... you should not be stopped. Waiting for exclusive zone to be free. This has to be coming this way. Have you run out of coal? This has run out of coal. But even then, this isn't in the exclusive zone. Oh, this. This has allocated this section here. Or it's sitting in that section there. In fact, that entire... no, because that exclusive loan doesn't go through the entire station. Okay, maybe it does, it's just not marked on the station. Yeah, so that had reserved the track. Oh, that was sitting on a reserved track that was connected to this bit. We could actually fix that by having its exclusive zone come up to here but not meet that. Okay, we are probably fairly short on coal at the moment. We have plenty in stores around. Yeah, this is blocked with stone. We need something's coming to pick it up. The problem is just how far away our current dirt dumps are, and the fact we don't really have enough trucks to cover it, because all our trucks are in process of being upgraded. Okay, they've moved that over to there. That lot's all online. We can take that off. I can remove this section here and this section here so that we can replace them both with a single pipe. Which we can immediately build. We'll copy this for the second because I don't think we have the room to paste it. No, we need those to be taken down. And where are we lining this up with? We're lining it up with there, okay. Oops, I mean to change the direction, I meant to upgrade it. I imagine this has run out of water. Yep. None of these use a large amount of water relative to this, so that should be fine. I don't think I need to upgrade that anytime soon. I assume the reservoir increases while it's raining on the reservoir. Which would also, if that is true, then the total surface area of the reservoir might be important, and it may also be a problem if we build stuff over the top of it. I wonder if they've simulated that. Here, interesting idea, because the size of these doesn't really equate to how much water's underneath them. The reservoir size itself is always the same. So I'm wondering if the size of it is an indication of how quickly it can replenish if how quickly it can replenish if there's a if it's raining. Okay, now do I want to bridge straight the way across here? This is our nearest quartz, and eventually we are going to want to be over here. But I'm not entirely sure whether or not I want to bridge over there or try and route a train track. Through there. It's going to be possible to route a train track through here. And vehicles are going to be able to drive through here anyway. But I don't know if I'll be able to get a double track through here. Versus just flattening out all of this, because we're going to need access to this anyway. Okay, I think we will. We don't want to slope, we just want to say level, that's level -1. At level 1. Okay, this makes more sense here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now what to do about the desert, because there's a decent amount of sand, or the beach, there's a decent amount of sand there. We have other options for sand, and there is a lot of sand here that we can really grab if we want to. I forgot that there was a... oh, that's limestone, not quartz. The problem with this is going to be we need... Oh, you can't go up on a diagonal as far as digging is concerned. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't even know if a train can, or the train or a train track can go along that angle. This digs a bit too much into here. So let's shift it downwards a little. That's still 6 there. Okay. Long-term plan. I think that looks reasonable. We haven't got a digger over here to do anything with any of this, but that's fine. It just means that this gives the trucks that are going to be delivering from up here and to a lesser extent over here something to do. Where are those diggers? Are they not done yet? Oh yeah, they're still flattening out that bit. Okay. Has the coal been sorted? Coal has not been sorted. That's going to cause major issues in the near term if it's not. How are these? That's full, so I'm okay with those for the time being. That's full of the material it needs to be full of. Right, paste. Okay. We missed a bit. I'm going to delete the pipe, I just want to delete that and that. We've not had an overflow of food, so... Although that said, the belt hasn't been running. Because it didn't have a proposed place to connect to. You're not full yet, are you? No. If a digger needs to go over, it can go over there. We don't need to worry about that. Up 2. Okay. Start activating parts of these. All the belts need activating. Pipework activating. I see something we haven't connected yet. Gonna need those. Bring 2 of these online. Bring this lot online. Gonna need to invert the direction of that. Okay. We know we're gonna need 2 of the mixers. We'll bring half of that online. And then we're also gonna need this. Along this way. It's going to there. In fact, let's just take it over here. Okay. Oops. Build that. Build that. Take priority input from those. I do actually want it to go high enough that we can get a standard truck underneath here, just in case we need to build something or the trucks need to do something. It gives them access to this side of things. Okay, that should be everything once the trucks have had the option or the time to bring the resources over. But I'll allow them to build all of that first and have this filled up, and then we'll worry about this bit here. I think we'll take from this pipe here. Let's see, that's using 6 each, they're using 9 each. 20, 32. That could use any amount. We'll have to see. Um, okay, and if we need to, we can upgrade the pipes later. I think the trimmings for now, we'll just feed that straight into the line that's going to the digester. To which end, I believe, we connect it into here. The trimmings are loose. We'll take them along ground level initially. And then bring them up to level 2 here. Actually, no, let's not take them up quite so soon. Give it a bit of extra space and then bring it up to this level. Just because it gives us a little bit more room to deal with a flat conveyor for the meat. And we're also going to need the eggs as well. Eggs first, then meat. So meat wants to go up to level 2 as well. How do we want to route that? We route these along here, don't we? Yeah. That'll allow us to feed this from underneath it and behind. We may need to conveyor lift this. Kind of wish I could rotate the end of this, because I think the way that we're going to need to do this is this up to 1, to there. And then a conveyor lift, one off the floor to there. There we go. So that's that all connected. I don't think that one's ever going to get used, but still. I'm not even going to bother with that one for now. Right, take this out to here. Not quite how we've done it on the other ones. We might as well make it accurate to how it's done on the other ones. The other ones, this one actually just comes to here and then it goes down there. Okay. Additional food ready. Right. We now also have access to electrolysis and wastewater treatment, which would be the next things to start planning. Gonna need to disable an edict. Well, actually, we're ahead of where we want to be researching, so if we disable one of these, then that'll allow us to get our Unity back. Okay. Before we unpause, let's actually have a look at some of these things. How big are you? About the size I was expecting you to be. You take wastewater, filter medium, you give me sludge. Sludge wants to be sent off to the digester. I don't know if a truck can... I know a truck should be able to get close enough to get to that. Yeah, we have the resources to build all of this. The thing we're missing is the vehicles. Have we lost some population? I feel like our total number of workers has gone down. Possible that we did actually lose some to disease or something. We're okay on workers for the minute, so I don't need to worry about it. I can probably remove that storage at some point. It was there so that these guys had somewhere to drop the dirt they were digging. Or to store the dirt that they were digging temporarily so that I could, if I needed to, recoat some of this with greenery. We're still going to need to do that because I'm going to cut down this lot here and add more trees, probably all the way along here. I don't know how big this is going to need to be once we've run out of other trees to cut. But that's going to be a while away. So this requires us to make filter medium and chlorine elsewhere. Chlorine is electrolysis stuff. I believe we just feed it, yeah, brine, we get chlorine out. That can convert 100. We're nowhere near that amount yet. When we have recycling, the plan is going to be... Oh no, when we have incinerators, the plan is going to be that this becomes a compressor. And we ship the compressed stuff out to an incineration plant. Compactors are nice and small. I'd like to know how much waste we are generating. We get those figures for water, why not waste? $41. So eventually we're probably going to need a couple of these. One's probably fine at the minute. They're much the same size as that, so I don't need to allocate too big a space. These can just go here and then feed into a storage container. In fact, they can probably feed directly into a storage container. Oh, is that actually interesting? So we can just do that, attach it to here, put it literally there. So line is here. Did we... Yeah, it's over here. That doesn't go over here though. This may as well be over here. Yeah, we can use the evaporator pools. So in the event that we end up needing more of this, then having it over here makes the most sense. Just connect the pipe directly on the opposite side of it. Give it a little bit of room on either side. It's going to use that to make 12. For now, that's all we need. It's 16 if this is running at full capacity. We're not even running it remotely close to half capacity. Pull a pipe out from here into there. Just straight in. No need to take it over the top. Not that I think we could get it over the top of the evaporation pools. Okay. Yeah, no, has to go around. Do I move it that way one, or move it this way one, and then allow these to go? Okay, now I actually have a reason to have it a little bit higher. Yeah, it doesn't need to be that high, but we should make it up a little bit. Okay, so we are going to have to bring that underneath. That's fine. Okay. Then we need to get that chlorine over to there. I see no reason not to take it the long way around. Yep, that'll do for me. Oh, is that can't be free high? No, it's trying to auto-connect to it is why. Oh, it's gone up one too high, that's why. There we go. Not quite how I wanted that last bit to go. Damn it. Would it from this angle? Now that we at least know how high everything needs to be. What have you connected to? Which side? Which side are you connecting to? This is important. think, yeah, I think that's connected into the chlorine. Good. There we go. So that's chlorine for wastewater treatment. The next thing would be... I'll pause the game again. Filter medium. Gravel, sand and coal. Does filter medium get used for anything other than this? No. We would have to bring over 3 different resources if we wanted to make it over here. However, those said 3 resources are all available here. Albeit the sand is currently in there. Quick look at our resources. We are out of steel. Stable on copper. Coal is a little problematic at the minute, but that's just because we were digging through stuff that wasn't coal. That's fixing itself. That's all fine. That's fine. Are you getting enough resources? All of these are running full tilt. It may simply be that we're not... they are all running. Oh, hang on a second. These are not being kept emptied. That's the problem. Okay, let's set some... Think about this in a logical fashion. What is the most important thing for us to be getting rid of? The stone here, or this here? I mean, theoretically, both of them will jam up the system. If we don't get enough stone here, then we run out of that, and then this is irrelevant. If this jams up, then these can't run. We're not consuming that anyway, so emptying these out is more important. So, highest priority is to keep these empty. Secondary priority then be to keep these empty. And we need to include these ones in that. Limestone doesn't matter as much, but we do need to keep these empty as well, so we'll put that as a 5. I'm surprised this isn't telling me that it's overloaded. Okay. We actually don't have anything that can currently hold animal feed. trucks are allowed to interface with that. I'll allow trucks to interface with that. Don't want them exporting, but they can import. Don't want them touching this or this. Let's see. Do we make the filter medium here? If we make the filter medium here, manufactured sand, that's just crushed stone, isn't it? Yeah, crushed gravel. Gives us another means to get rid of stone, given that I'm not sure whether or not we can guarantee sand. So I think, yeah, we do it that way. These produce the same amount of stuff? It does. We have this. Crushing gravel for manufactured sand. Makes 36. This only needs 8. So why not have it just input stone, output both. So long as on the output we can directly connect that, then that shouldn't jam. One hopes. We want it to make the manufactured sand first, and then gravel second. We want to pull out of here the gravel. We're going to need to bring coal in. So actually, let's put that there. We can bring coal in through this side. Ah, no, that's going to be a problem. It only has a single input. For safety's sake, we better have two then. Probably the better way to do this. Interesting. What did you manage to pick up? Oh. I suppose we did nibble a little of the copper. We'll put copper temporarily over here so that it can get rid of it. Vehicles can surface it, so that's fine. There's a lot of dirt needing to be flattened here. We need our vehicles to finish upgrading so we can get some new ones out. Ah, but we've been starved on steel, so it hasn't even been doing that recently. Um, 12, 60. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's not like we're over capacity on slag. Problem is mostly just keeping these things empty enough at the minute. Maybe an idea would be to replace it with a big one. Having more trucks available would help. And that's a good point. We don't, strictly speaking, need any more earthworks being done down here for now. So we'll free up some vehicles by doing that. I think you only have one truck assigned to you. Oh no, you have 3. Now you only have 1. I'm in no rush to flatten this out anymore, and we also don't need that anymore. Okay, that bit is mostly done. I don't think we got to the point where farm's been voiding its food. No, it's getting close, but it isn't at that point yet. You should not be evenly splitting, you should be priority outputting there. We moved the belt though. That's why you're not. Okay, and I'll get that bit up and running for now. Everything else I don't mind waiting for so much. This is slowly filling, which is what we want to see. This is not currently dropping, at least not significantly. And when it rains, it recovers faster than it's dropping. I mean, really, the reservoir that's underneath here is 4 times bigger than this tank. So this tank is kind of surplus to requirements, but it doesn't cost any maintenance, so... I suppose the advantage of the tank is it allows us to massively increase throughput, temporary throughput, if we wanted to. Because otherwise we'd have to have an individual pipe on each of these. That still works out the same, yes. And the tank is surplus to requirements, but it's there and it's built, so it'll stay. Okay, so that should all build. We're getting rid of our spare food again. I don't believe I need to upgrade that or these. It's just a matter of waiting for it to catch up. Okay, these are making our compost. And once these are full and incapable to produce it, then the overflow should get sent out this way to get digested. So that all looks good. And the other end of this, we will eventually get fertilizer 2, which will be 2.5 times better than the fertilizer we were putting in there. And it helps us get rid of some of our waste products at the expense of some limestone and a bunch of power. Okay, I think it's time I took a break. When we come back, we will continue working on getting our wastewater treatment set up. Electrolysis is done. We just need to actually build the buildings, but before that we need to enable all of this stuff. But while the trucks are busy, I don't want to give them additional tasks, so I'll wait to enable this stuff to be constructed once we have the fertilizer stuff built. That'll then get us extra food over to our people, which will increase their unity, which will start recovering that. And then, yeah, wastewater treatment will allow us to recover a whole bunch of water. The sludge we can just reconnect into this over here. We just need to figure out a way of getting it to there. I think the sludge we'll have to take back along this route. We may need to upgrade this bridge or add another bridge. I think we'll add another bridge. And then take the sludge through here over there maybe. Or I could put the wastewater treatment over here and have the bridge here and take it that way. I'll figure that out later. So yeah. That'll be the next thing to do. Then we need to work on settlement recycling, and hopefully by the time we've done both of those, we'll have access to the incineration plants. So we can then start generating power and I think disposing of the waste slightly more or slightly cleaner? I'm not sure. We'll generate exhaust. We don't have anything in the area that will allow us to... Okay. I was thinking of setting this up with our actual power plant. But if we have explicitly exhaust to deal with, maybe it's better if we bring the recyclable material up here. Deal with the recyclables here so that we can pipe the exhaust to here. Another thing to me to think on while I'm having my break, but yes, I'll go get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Slight change of plan. Wastewater treatment is going to be done here. Probably. We may need to move this stuff back a little bit so that we can get the inputs sorted correctly, but this is just a pipe. There's no reason we can't pipe it up here. And then do the rest of the processing up here as well. Because I don't think we're going to need to expand this out any. Or at least not for a long time. And we're about to get upgrades to half of these buildings anyway, so it should be fine. Is what I'm thinking. So we'll need to bring... Let's see, filter medium goes in there, waste comes out there, so... We will need to run a belt taking the waste over to here. Interesting. Right, because this doesn't have anywhere to output yet. Let's try and accelerate this a little bit. Build that urgently. Build that slightly less urgently. All the pipework is done. Food isn't backing up yet. Oh, excellent, you've done. At least you've done everything in the area that we initially assigned to you. There's still a little bit left for you to get, and then the rest of that's already done, so these guys are actually almost done, which is very nice. Let's draw a new rectangle. There we go. You get those. Okay, yeah, and you make filter medium faster than we need it to. And we're going to need rocks and coal as an input. And chlorine. Yeah, we're going to need to move all of those back a little bit. So that I can fit a pipe balancer in there. Now, why did you delete those? Copied a lot of them. Ah, right, I better know why. Okay. Bring that out and around the back. Water goes straight into over there. Yeah, that's as steep as it can be, so that would have to be there. They don't need to be that far apart. This is basically feeding directly in. It doesn't matter that it's not flat. I want you to come out and up and in. Alright, you need to be even further down to successfully do that. We're gonna need this for something else eventually. So I can't have it any further away than that. There we go. Is that at ground level? We'll bring it a little up. No reason not to have it a little up. Just so that we can move things underneath it if we need to. Okay, cut this lot. Drop them there. Can I accelerate Not allowed for that type of structure. In that case... it is important that we get these fixed and running. Okay, and... oh, fertilizer's up and running as well. It should mean that this is now all consuming and... good. This is down here and ready. We can turn this lot on. Do we bring the wastewater along here? No, we'll bring the wastewater along with the water. We can actually just bring it underneath this up until here, and then we're going to have to bring it out and over. We will give it a pipe upgrade there. I might knock out that part of the pipe so I can remove that stanchion from the middle of the road. And yeah, I'm more than happy to run this straight away along this line here. Yeah, let me just very briefly raise this bit of pipe. I get rid of that last bit at the end there. Can I get it to probably mirror the rest of it? Yes, that's what I wanted to see. There we go. Quick build it. So the people don't get too unhappy for too long. Okay. Do I need to buy in chickens? I keep not sure about this. Or is it just going to start with chickens? I think I do need to... yeah. We need to buy in some chickens. Because otherwise we don't have any. Animals were delivered to your farm. I don't know what level this needs to be at, so we'll start low and then move it up, but we now need to add additional things to our list. Eggs. Meat. Do we need to keep track of chickens, or just eggs and meat? I think we just need to keep track of eggs and meat, really. One assumes we will gain more chickens the more things we have, although this doesn't have water yet. We brought it online too soon. It's not using much water, that's fine. And a relatively tiny amount of animal feed. There we go. Okay, you guys are basically done. There's so much work to be done over here. And is there any reason for me keeping this set up here, or can I now tear it down? Let's pause for a second. We shouldn't need to, but I suppose we may as well flatten that bit as well. The train line specifically is going to come up this way. We do need to think about where we could, or where level crossings need to be. I think I want a level crossing at the top here. Let me grab a level crossing rather than just building a new one. Since these ones are configured to be the correct way around. Yeah, I think we want one here. That'll give things access to either side of this. There's nothing here that's going to need... We might build up here at some point. But I don't see any reason why we'd need another level crossing up here in this area. Ah, the goal. But even then, if they need to get across the level crossing, they can get across here. And they can come along here, and we can have another level crossing somewhere around here. If they're going to dump over there or over to here. So yeah, no more level crossings from there, that's fine. This is the inside track. T. We actually made that a lot wider than we probably needed to. We could take the train the shorter route. Is there any reason not to do that? No, not really. Bring it to here and there. Bring it to here. And then take it 75 degrees around. Let's bring it in a little bit. There we go. That'll be the plan for that then. Although I can't see a reason to have such a significant pipe work going off this way. But still, let's not have it in the same square as that, where we could potentially end up destroying it. There will do. Okay. So yeah, once these have done digging out that bit there, have we set the tree cutters to this? No. I'll end up digging up the trees before the tree cutters get into them, I imagine. You absolutely... There's no reason you shouldn't be getting the electricity or the water that you need. Why would you not be getting the water you need? Or the electricity for that matter? You should absolutely be getting the electricity you need. That just needs people there. We don't have a generation problem. That already? That is already. I think if we end up having too much eggs, we just slaughter more animals. These are all running and connected correctly, yes. Yes. It may actually just be a generation problem at the minute. It may have been too dry for too long and the fields are taking them all. Or taking all the water. So we can get additional Unity coming in, because we are starting to run low. Let's just get them built now. We're only making a very small amount of eggs currently, but we'll see. Much higher demand for eggs. It's the demand for vegetable that's the pain. Everything else is manageable. Why is the demand for eggs higher than demand for tofu? I'll have to see whether or not the demand for vegetables goes down once both of these are up and running, but yeah, we're going to need to meet that demand for eggs. Yeah, the demand for eggs should come down when we start getting meat. We'll see where things balance out, and then we'll start adjusting from there. Okay, bring that pipe online. Bring all of that online. And we also need to, I should have done this earlier, build this lot. Yep, that's all of that. Hey, the upgrades on our ship are done. Oh, that's why we got a bunch of extra crew. We got a bunch of extra crew because we built this. Okay, don't need to worry about maintenance yet. Consumption for diesel and vehicles is steadily going down as they get changed over to hydrogen. Cargo ships stopped a while ago. That spike in consumption is while I was converting things over to fuel gas and hydrogen. Our theoretical peak production is well above what our theoretical peak consumption should be. Working on the assumption that our diesel and our oil keep up. Although that said, burning the fuel gas for power apparently has consumed all of the fuel gas. Hopefully we don't need to turn on more of this because we do not have the oil to fuel it. Not without increasing the production at the whatchamathingy. Oh, I didn't realise I hadn't queued that up yet. Slight change of the order of operations. Then that, then that, then that, then that. Given that we now have spare resources and we've caught up with what we need to be doing, we'll turn that one back on. Okay, let's have a look at I think I'll just allow the trucks to deliver straight to here. Rather than to a storage facility. General, assembler 3. This doesn't go up here, I'm just using it temporarily. Space to line things up, so steel, glass and wood. We make all of those, so this makes 16, which keeps up with what we currently need. But it's not going to be too long until we need another one. Actually, now that our ship is upgraded, we can start sending it out again. Ah, no, we need the crew first. So yeah, we're going to want 2 of these. Now, where to put it? Because there's nothing that's going to need a dish, or yeah, nothing that takes rails. And this doesn't. Oh no, this can be converted into office supplies. So office supplies can go underneath this, but we will need somewhere for electronics too, which is a whole ordeal. glass, plastics, copper, PCBs. Silicon, molten silicon. Arc furnace 2 adds water, gets some steam out of it. Uses less graphite. I think that's a ways off, isn't it? It's not that far off. Oh yeah, arc furnace does give us an ability to make graphite. But we have to make it from chlorine. There's a better or another way of making graphite. Office supplies, when do they actually come into being? I've gone past it. They're somewhere on the screen in front of me, I'm sure of it. Nope, I went past them, they're here. That's a lot of workers. Okay, here is probably still a perfectly reasonable place to build it then. We should have a glass line nearby. Here's a glass line. This is steel. And there's wood here. So we need to bring the wood down a bit to bring it underneath here into here. Okay, can't do it there. Can't do it there. I'd rather not have to wiggle it out. Alright, yeah, it's too close to that. Okay, there's another way around that we can do this. If we take off that belt, then we can just bring it down to here, connected in that way. Steel we can just bring along here. Okay. Oof, that's a lot of people. We need a lot more people. Recycling edict. What does that actually do? What can we temporarily turn off that isn't currently running to acquire some additional personnel? All of these are running. Some of these are not. There we go, that's enough for now. Which brings this online, although this never got built. Oh, we actually ran out of resources for it. Okay, that one is done. Oh yeah, we were checking on that, weren't we? There's a button to bring that up. What is it? There it is. Recycling efficiency increase. So that's just getting more resources back out of things. Yeah, food currently is not a problem, I don't think. In fact, fertilizer is full. Now we're making tofu. We probably don't need 2 lots of soybeans. Replace this with something that's easier on the ground. Not that we actually need anything else, so let's instead just let it be fallow. Grow some grass there. Okay, and since that's full, consume a bit more. Excavator has no fuel. There is a fuel truck that will service it. Oh, tree cutters, I appreciate that you did actually get around here, but I do kind of need you to do that bit first. Where's the other one? There you are. Okay, get this online so we can actually start getting some water back out of this. All working, so it's literally just this. With that online, we need to upgrade this and remove this. There's definitely some things that are currently water starved. Well, you've almost done. Oh, these guys have made some solid progress. I don't know how much of that I need to fill in, though. Given... Actually, no. It depends on how much of this coal we want to claim. But I think either way, this section here wants to be a little bit rounder. Just to make it slightly easier to get the train around it. That'll do for now. Oh, this one's run out of fuel as well. How have they not been replaced yet? I suppose we were stuck on words. We were out of steel for a while. Yeah, it's burning some coal, so we're not actually producing enough fuel gas to keep this running. Which is strange. We should be producing a fairly significant amount of fuel gas, although we are converting a lot of that to hydrogen. Not what we wanted. We wanted this. Average consumption for hydrogen is steadily going up. So was fuel gas. None of these are set to... That could be the problem. Actually no, these ones don't want to be auto-balanced. Those want to be, if you have the steam, use it. These ones want to be auto-balance. No, we did deliberately not set this one to auto-balance because we wanted it to... at least one of them to be running constantly because of our power draw. That's right, that's how we set that up. Have we started killing chickens yet? Not yet. Actually no, we have started killing chickens by the looks of it. 1.4. That... Ah. That is using 7 water. That's 9. So not an insignificant amount. Why have all the demands gone up significantly? Did I accidentally turn on... No, I haven't turned on. Ah, right, no, we was using food saver. We had food saver enabled. That's fine. We want to know what the actual food consumption is anyway. Okay, back to this. Let's speed that up because otherwise this is going to be a pain to remember. I want to take that and bring it down and in. There we go. And then we can bring this out. To here. Grab the steel from here. And the glass. It might be worth setting up a secondary central or secondary storage area. Because we only really have one of these left. Is there something else I would rather go in there? In fact, why is glass going in there? Ah, right, yeah, because glass still needs to be picked up to delivered elsewhere. These are things that do need to be exported elsewhere. Paper. You know, I don't think we need to be storing paper. Because we will be making office supplies here as well, most likely. I think we do want to bring paper underneath anyway. Because I don't think we're going to be able to get it over the top and still have it this high. Not unless we can find a way or find something that'll let us well, maybe this will work? Let's have a look. That's actually one higher than it needs to be. Not what we meant it to do. I want to change the direction, not flip it. Okay, that connected to the bottom bit, not the top bit. Damn it. They don't count as pillars. So yeah, I think we have to take paper underneath, otherwise we're just going to cause too much of a blockage here. In which case, we'd have to bring it up this way. We have a space here that we could bring the whatchamathingy back through in. Household stuff. We'll let this empty itself out, which could take a while. If we bring the household goods to there... I think one of these bridges is going to need to be placed with a large bridge at some point. Because office supplies are going to need to be picked up and taken away. Assuming we do make that here. If we don't end up making office supplies here, then we have to make them closer to the source. Offices need to be attached to the whatchamathingy buildings. I believe they're their housing add-on. Housing building. Services, that's the word. And if that's the case, then we may as well ship, because we're going to have to ship the household goods over there. We may as well ship the paper over there as well, and then eventually the electronics. And if that's the case, then we may as well keep that in place. And we'll deliver the household goods into here. I don't think there's a clean way through here. Oh, no, maybe there is. Maybe there is. Ah, almost. Almost clean way through, but that does the job anyway. Okay, so that being the case, then we need to think a little bit more about this. We're going to need somewhere to make office supplies. Just needs an assembly, but I don't know what kind of amount we're going to need. So we need an assembly and then 3 storage containers. Everything down here was supposed to be waste products. How many additional food types do we have? I wish it would just show me rather than force me to come into here. We know fruit is going to be fruit snacks. So that's 2. Canola shouldn't be food. Something would be very weird if canola is food. They're more efficient. Smaller cooling towers give you 50% back. That's more than 50%. I'm sure of it. Yeah, large cooling towers are better. Duly noted. Not relevant to what we're doing at the minute. Sugar might be considered food? Cake. Sausages. 4. They might consider sugar food? I'm not sure. We're going to have 4 or 5 additional food types. Fruit is definitely going to be loose, so we don't need to worry about that. Eggs and cake and snacks are probably going to be flat belts, so that's 2. Sausages are probably flat belts as well. And then sugar. I mean, it's shown in a bag, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I wish I could just tell from here whether it's flat or what's my thingy? We'll work on the assumption we're probably going to need 4 more. 4 more of these. We have the space here to expand out. We will need another bridge. So fruits, and then assume 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, we're also very close to getting luxury goods. Gold, imported goods, luxury goods. Gold I'm expecting is going to be used for advanced microcircuitry. Yeah. Problem for significantly later. Might move the bridge. Move the bridge and redo that belt. Gives us 2 slots there. Make it a bigger bridge and move it. I think is the better idea. Okay, it is starting to get some meat. We need 7 eggs, 6 meat. It's producing 4. 4 gets converted down to half of that. Let's double our livestock. It's going to also double water consumption, isn't it? Well, at least we're getting back. How much of our water? 2/3. Minus a bit. Now, why are you not pumping? how have we messed this up? We haven't. That's what we've forgotten to do. We need to get sludge over to here. I don't think we can bring sludge into here. To make compost, no. Does it really need to go to 3? Wasn't 2 high enough. Okay, needs to go to 3. Although if we're going to bring it up to 3, then we may as well just take it along with the pipes. That should give enough room to be able to do things with everything else, so... Let's just immediately get that fixed. Because that's going to cause massive health problems. There we go. Gonna take a few minutes for it to finish emptying out. Yeah, gonna take a couple of minutes to finish emptying. But that'll do it. Okay, what are we doing? Right, household goods with a mind for being able to make whatchamacallit in the future. We are going to need to have... We can get 3 more through here. So yeah, we will need at least 1 more bridge. We need to upgrade this bridge one way or another. Even working on the assumption that... Because we've got household goods, we're also going to want luxury goods eventually. And then whatchamathingies. Words, names, office supplies. So that's 3. We have enough space over there for 2 more of these. So yeah, we'll need this bridge replacing with something better. Or a bigger bridge. This might cause a problem, so we better accelerate it. And I may as well correct this. What are we looking for? Terraforming. Alright, it isn't here. Vehicle ramps, medium. 2 off the bottom. There is right. Without knowing the quantity of office supplies we're going to need, or whether we need 1 of these or multiple of these. Can't really put this here. So yeah, the better idea is to have these back up here. That'll give us the ability to have more than 1 of them. And we can run this belt down to here, under here. Like that. Or for that particular stretch, we could just use a belt lift. Yeah, let's just use a belt lift for this particular bit. I think this is too high. Okay. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flip the direction. Yeah, that does need those. That being the case, let's move you back by 1. So move all of this back by 1. Move that back by 1. That allows the stanchions to be in line with these. Your household goods. You will be eventually paper And then that will be something else. Or they may get or they may get moved. Let's quick build that one. You running again now? You're running again now. Good. And our water tank is almost full. Our food is fine. Still not keeping up with... Eat more tofu, please, people. We have plenty of tofu. Stop requesting so many eggs. You don't even have sugar. It's not like you can bake a cake. I've got to bake the cakes for you. You lazy sods. Learn how to bake. Not that we have the fruit to make cake. Okay. How much coal do we have? We have enough coal that we can, in fact, tell them to do the entirety of that. Start collapsing this wall a bit more. Okay, steel is a little low again. We have the population to turn that back on. We don't need to turn this back on. Oh, out of limestone. Interesting. Did you get stopped for a length of time? Do I need to think about making another one of these trains? Because I'm fairly sure we don't have enough space to have them all running at the same time. Ooh, which train's going to get there first? You'll get there first, good. We're not out of limescale, are we? Limescale? Limestone? No. Plenty of limestone. So it may just be an insufficient number of trains problem. Running a little low on sand as well by the looks of it, at least. Yeah, that's out of sand. Out of concrete. Probably because of the amount of construction we've been doing recently. It's drained our stores. Shouldn't you be all... Yes, you all feed into here. So we may need to build a second one of these. I've got plenty of acid, that's not a problem. Chlorine is kind of keeping up, although we know... Oh no, that's brine. I didn't mean to build this. Is this running at all? I'm wondering if it's using any water from the master bus. Oh, we're not losing water from the master bus, so I don't think it's a problem. That only temporarily fixes the problem. Starting to struggle keeping up with acid and sand. I think we need to duplicate the train. I think we need a second one on this route as well. Because we can't have the factory grinding to a halt just because we happen to be using it at full tilt. Uses 9 per minute. These shouldn't be running constantly anyway. Yeah, let's get another one of those trains on the way. Okay. Going to be producing us... Oh, right now, because we're only just reaching capacity. So, 4 meat. We'll see how that does. Okay, you guys are done. In that case, I'm inclined to free you from your obligations. Good job I never set that up for import. We'll keep the control tower here, but we can pause it. You're making such slow progress because you only have the one or a couple of trucks to you and they've got so far to go. So I was debating for this particular area, given we have all three resources here, how I could use a big one of these to service all of them. So when we're eventually getting coal, all of these resources, they all get filtered through here. And the only way I could think of doing it would be something along the lines of this. Dirt, rock. I don't think anything here should end up giving us sand or anything else. I mean, I'm assuming this is rock and not like slag or something. And then having small buffers. For each of these. You allow trucks to deliver to these. You don't allow them to pull from these. And then for anything that wants to be going into storage to be dumped somewhere, so in this case the rock and the stone, you put them into a much larger storage, and you tell them, or tell trucks to try and keep it relatively empty. The other inputs all go to train stations, because that's how we're going to end up moving these resources. With trains, and we tell this to reject single load products, and then we assign this. Can I do this while they're not built? To be able to insert into all of these. And in theory, that way we can use this singular building for all of the resources. The problem is, of course, that this particular building requires 30 people to run. And at our current throughput, even if we did move all our mines over here, we'd be better off with just 4 of these. 6.8. $26. Yeah. We would still be better off. I wonder if there's another way that we could do what I'm thinking of. Oh, settlement recycling's ready. Good. We'll look into that in a moment. The problem with the smaller one is it only has 4 outputs. We can sort 6 products with it. But one of them won't have an output and would require a truck. But that's import routes. Okay. Could I... So we could do, in theory, a similar sort of thing, but maximum throughput 240. Depends on whether or not that will overload it. I think it could still work. If we assigned a truck to it, then the truck would probably try and grab from here. But I don't think we have the throughputs to use a big one yet, so I think we do just want to be using 4 smaller ones. Do we have the space here to put one down? Okay. Might need to adjust where the diggers are working. We know that we want to flatten this entire area, but let's remove all this stuff for now. Force the digger to work on this bit. I don't know how far down and how quickly I'm going to need to go there, so let's work on the assumption. Where are you? The area isn't flat. Copper, dirt, rock. Oh. I didn't know you could do that. That presents a potential way to do things as well. Okay, let's assign you additional diggers and additional trucks. Because we do need to get this stuff getting to the point where it's done. because we are running out of copper. There's a little bit more in there. That is outside of its designation range. Let's put it inside its designation range. Are we out of copper? Not yet. Okay. Okay. Recyclable collection. In theory, okay, housing 3 is on its way, and then we need the incineration plant. Okay, we are getting some household goods. Okay, nicely recovering our... Oh. Water pollution is all but gone. That doesn't make sense. Actually, no, that does make sense if we are using all of our... Yeah, we're using all of our sour water and all of our brine at the moment. Although, does brine cause water pollution? No. We are slowly continuing to get more ammonia. Which is an output from here. That's full. Okay, no, we are... Yeah, okay, that should be fine. We're making a very small amount of chlorine at the moment. But we're also not using much of it. So the main reason that we're just out of brine is the fact that it's just taking so long to get over here. Ooh, we have positive eggs. Eat more tofu! We make so much tofu, relatively speaking. Yeah, we don't need that online. Tofu's easier to make. That's why it's a little annoying that they're not actually consuming it. I think I need... Yeah, for future... or near future upgrades, we need that running at full capacity. And that will get us... because we are about ready to start upgrading these buildings. Once we have more steel. Okay. I'm also going to get household goods in a bit. Water could potentially be a problem. If it is a problem, we'll turn it on. Otherwise, we'll leave that as it is. We don't need more food. We don't need to consume more food. That's currently fine. Could reduce vehicle fuel consumption. Yeah, let's reduce vehicle fuel consumption. Recycling efficiency is nice to have as well. Not too worried about research efficiency. And I'm happy for population just to trickle in. I don't think an extra 10 health is going to give us sufficient enough return for unity. Household appliances? We don't have the ability to make those yet. I'm sure of it. That's just because we have the household good module. Appliances are definitely later. Yeah, they're here. Need next tier construction, which won't be till next week at this rate. Because we're going to need to get advanced smelting. We're going to need to get these up. And then if we want to do that, we'll need these as well. Can bring a hospital online, but look at all of this. Still need plastics. Things are getting significantly more complicated, significantly quicker. Okay, we are not producing enough steel at the moment. If this backs up, then it still goes along there, so I don't think I need to increase fertilizer use at the moment. Don't we need something, or ammonia for something else soon? No, not soon. Much later. Okay, good to know that we have the option to increase the fertilizer usage on all of these if we need to. Are these anything but just aesthetics? I think they're just aesthetics. Why not? This was the plan. Okay, so we know that we have that. We lack the resources to make an upgrade at the minute, so we won't worry about it. Recycling industry we've done. Household goods we've done. $16.15 per month. Which is basically our production limit. We'll bring that online, and we're going to need these online as well. And that probably means we need to bring another one of these online. We'll see. That's one, that's two. 3, 4, 5. So yeah, these are running on excess when these don't need to run. Yeah, on Saturday we upgrade this anyway, so I'm not too worried. Because we get an advanced smelting, and then I might just go straight for arc furnaces. They're 4 megawatts apiece. So here's a good question. $48. Ah, interesting. Oh, that's for them. Blast Furnace 2. So these are only as fast as the base versions. They're basically drop-in replacements for the base versions. The amount of input is equal to the amount of output. There's not like an advantage to using them. Okay, if we are making this, I suppose using the crushed version results in a better output for the amount of materials you're putting in. So that'll be 7.5. Minus 12 for 12 exhaust. So 7.5 and 12 exhaust is the what you need for that. Where's the boiler? There's the boiler. So 15 for 60 exhaust. So 6 mechanical watts of power plus that, which is another 3 mechanical watts of power, 9 watts of power. Where's the smaller version of you? Oh, I know it's in this, yeah. So yeah, 9 watts of power. Or 9 watts of mechanical power. Be 6 megawatts for 15 coal. 6 megawatts for 15 coal. I think it's more efficient just to use the furnaces from the point of view of coal consumption. Is it? Am I thinking about this wrong? $15 coal, 30... Okay, no, the exhaust-wise... Exhaust-wise, it's the equivalent. So we're making as much pollution regardless which way we do it. Because this is consuming twice the amount. And this is running twice as fast. So yeah, half of this is 7.5. That's how much this produces. So we need to use 7.5 coal to make enough power to run an arc furnace for it to be cheaper in terms of coal. This is not even including graphite. To be cheaper in terms of coal, in order to make molten iron. So we would need to Half as much produces 6. So yeah, it uses more coal to use arc furnaces. You would need to be making up that power difference somewhere else. Whether it's burning biomass or what else, you would need to burn something else to make the fuel or make the steam. Interesting, that's just a conversion back and forth. Makes sense though, otherwise you could make infinite resources. I'm just surprised that it's a pure conversion back and forth. We're not making anywhere near enough biomass to do it. We are about to get incineration plants. That gives us another way of making steam. Using fuel gas. Now why has our worker number gone negative? I don't remember. Maybe they only just finished building the whatchamathingy. You get more hydrogen out of it, then yeah, so we'd want to burn it with hydrogen. Or we're going to want to burn our rubbish with hydrogen. Because we get slightly more hydrogen out of the fuel gas. Although, no, that still works out fine. So yeah, we get slightly more hydrogen out of the fuel gas. Solar panels are so expensive. They're just not going to generate sufficient enough power to use them for anything, really. These are just bigger versions. So, maintenance reduction, effectively. They're not getting me any more power. But what about that? Is that more efficient? Um, 12 is 8. 15 will be 10. 18 is 12. Large generators are fractionally more efficient in terms of their use of mechanical power. So that does mean that we are going to want to upgrade the powertrain. There's not necessarily a benefit to convert into these, other than we'd use less of them. But do they collectively, if they're together... Yeah, one of those and one of those powers one of those. Which makes sense, because this powers this. So, yeah, okay. That's away in the future, though. Yeah, I'm not sure about the arc furnace then. It only looks like it's good for recycling. Because otherwise it's actually, it uses more coal for the power it consumes. And that's not even factoring in the fact you need to actually make the graphite out of coal in the first place. And you're not gaining anything in terms of exhaust. Unless you can generate power significantly in another way, then yeah, arc furnaces are not worth it for basic resource smelting. They are worth it for recycling. Because at that point they're significantly less power hungry. At least that is my reading of it. Okay. Steel has not quite been keeping up. Can we turn some things off? You're keeping... Are you actually keeping up now, or did I just happen to come over at a point where you were running? It hasn't quite finished the new train. Ah, that's where part of our steel was going. To make the extra train. But again, can I turn something off? We're not using rails at the minute. It's already off. Okay, so we're making, in theory, 5 meat. Yeah. Which is enough to satisfy them for a while. I still want a prodigious amount of vegetables, though. That must be the innards. Okay. Let's see, how are you doing? You're blocked. Expected. Let's actually start working on it then. Where's our tier 2s? Yes. Ah, wait, no, we did this wrong. Stop. That was the right idea, but the wrong execution. Do we really need big ones? These were only supposed to be small ones. Where is the digger? Okay, the digger should be around here. Must have gone for fuel. Yeah, these were supposed to be small ones so that we could then put bigger ones after it. $400 units. Yeah, you know what? 400 units is fine. That one is dirt. That's supposed to have an export restriction on it. That one is rock. You do that. Nobody imports into these. And this actually only wants to be a small one. Someone's picked up the dirt from it. Oh no, it's the dirt. The dirt is actually rolled out. Okay, this holds dirt. Nothing is allowed to export from it, but they are allowed to import into it. This imports from there. We don't want them to keep it full, we just want these to be able to dump into this. That is how it's supposed to work. What are you doing over there, diggers? Isn't this nearer? Again, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please do the things that we need you to do first. Then we'll worry about everything else. We're probably going to have the track fork here and then come along down here. Oh no, the track is still going to come along here. We were digging this out so that we had places to put things. Because we need fuel supply going over there as well to serve all three of these little mines. They should be able to reach that from here. Okay, there is a still tiny amount in that wall, but I imagine we're getting a little low on... Oh no, we're still full. If we're still full, then we can probably get them to continue to dig out that bit there. Might as well get every last drop we can. But we do want to start thinking about... that isn't quite... I should have lined that up better. There's only going to be one square where they can come in and out. Let's fix that, since we have a surplus of unity. Was that incinerator? That's the incineration plant. Good. That was the last thing we wanted to look at today. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have taken that one down. Probably should have removed this one. And done that. Because the diggers are going to decide, ooh, that's nearer, we can do that now, which is fine, but we do need to be ready for that. We're once again out of oil. Not that we have the population to do anything about it. We should now have 2 of these trains. Okay, we are curious about how big you are. Well, sizable, fairly sizable. That's not even a proper output amount for these. We don't have any limestone over here to filter the exhaust. We could, however, put ourselves in a position to have limestone here. This train may have spare limestone on it eventually. The sulfur's already here, so we could do that. Because otherwise we've got to have it up here somewhere. And at that point we can't really make good use of the steam. Because we won't be generating enough. And it won't be running constantly either. We have hydrogen and water over here, that's not a problem. This would allow us to feed our exhaust into this system here to get rid of it. But yeah, we wouldn't be making remotely near constant power. This over here uses steam, and this is a steam pipe, but it would need to route into it. So the question is, do we want to deal with the exhaust to reduce the level of pollution? I mean, at the minute we're just burning the stuff. I don't think we can burn... Yeah, no. And that just produces air pollution. So we're burning 18 to produce 9 air pollution. I think exhaust converts to pollution 1 to 1, doesn't it? Oh no, it's 50%. So exhaust is 50%. Now we don't have to run it through limestone. Limestone just reduces the amount of pollution. We still get sulfur as an output, which is fine. We have somewhere that we can put it. Well, again, we could bring a small amount of limestone over. But don't these need a lot of people? Oh no, there are only 8 people. This needs 16. So yeah, pollution is halved. So... that halves pollution again. Just using it in the incinerator halves the pollution again. And how much waste are we currently making? It's not in here. It's population overview. We'll need to be in here. $44. So we can make 4 times as much before this thing is even running remotely close to full speed. Is there anything else around here that's creating exhaust gases? I don't think there is at the minute. The only possibility of exhaust gases is coming from if these are active. But we can't filter a pipe to explicitly send the exhaust gases to a exhaust scrubber. The limestone's literally just up here. And I don't know how big the next set of turbines are going to be. Okay, I think we build it up here. The limestone is currently up there. It's not going to be up there forever. So belting it over is given us a task for the future. Well, a task we're going to have to do something about in the future. Okay, that'll be the upgrade for that in the future, once we have the rest of this sorted. There's hydrogen. We can take the water just straight off the main line. The steam we'll have to bring over here. Plug it into here somewhere. Somewhere on the bottom, tell it to use it as a priority input. Exhaust for now can just get vented. Unless I want to use this final pipe here to send the exhaust all the way over here and then route it to here. It's an option. We did already set the pipe up. Did I place the blueprint down? Yes, okay. We're going to need unit storages over here. One for compressed recyclables. One for compressed waste. These want to be kept empty. I think, yeah, we want to keep these empty rather than keep the others full. Okay, there's a small amount of a bunch of little things, so it's no big deal. Okay. Do I want that there? That's the only real question we need to answer. This is going to get removed soon. In fact, I can remove it now. We do not need this here anymore. I still want these because this is emergency power. It has an exhaust on it as well. Sulfur wants to go down to there. Do we have a water line? Not coming all the way over at the minute, but we can get one. Now that just looks a little weird, but I'm not going to worry about it. let's do it in this direction. We can always flip the flip it later. Okay, good. Figured out the angle. And then I want you to take a priority input from here. I wonder if it will take... Oh no, it should evenly split between the priority inputs. So it should easily get all of this because it's not, this isn't going to be producing anywhere near as much as the other one. So that's fine. Now we need the exhausts. We're going to need to go up to a height of 3. Carbon dioxide we can't do anything with in a minute, so let's just put that straight into a smokestack. This, however, we can. We're going to have the same problem trying to do it this way. We need to connect it from the other side. And I kind of need to be able to tell one of these to be of minimal priority. At the minute, they're just evenly getting their power. I'd rather tell it to fuel these ones first and leave this one till last, then I can route that thing that we just built, its exhaust, into here. At least for now. In fact, given how much they're currently running, I think we can just do that. If we take this. Okay, we are going to need loose storage for slag. And at the minute we don't have a way to get limestone here, but the plan will be to remove probably this, replace it with loose storage and allow it to be deposited here, and then we'll bring the limestone along this way. Sulfur we could route down into here. Or just allow it to be picked up. We're currently producing more sulfur than we're consuming though. Is there another use for slag? Nope, just crushed slag for concrete, and we're already not getting enough of it. So you can turn it into slag if you just want to dump it somewhere at the cost of limestone. You're still working, I assume? Good. Nothing else is broken in the meantime. We have some additional spare stuff. Consume, increase consumption, increase unity for it. How is water currently doing? Tank is full. Let's just increase research efficiency then. We'll get recycling efficiency soon and we'll probably swap to that instead. Could have just chained these directly together. I know they auto feed into each other. Probably the better way of doing it. One way or another we need an output to slag, but the question is, do we want to route? I don't know if this is going to figure out which way round it's supposed to be. Now we can route that along there. Can't really route it down this side because that side's allocated for vehicle traffic. So if we want to belt this over to there, we'll have to bring it along here. For now, we'll turn on the recipe that doesn't use limestone. In which case, we actually don't need to worry about this either. Okay. If I pause you, give me opportunity to delete that square specifically, and then unpause you to allow the belts to clear. Okay, and once these are done, we can disassemble them. We are very, very low on copper ore. We're okay on copper, very low on copper ore. I'll come back to you. Right, yes, because they're digging out the last remaining dredges of that part. I will give you permission to get the nearer bit. That actually had a pretty big internal storage. Can you hurry up and empty, otherwise I'm going to have a problem with my population. Because it is currently sitting where I want to build this. Let's see. Pause. Do it this way. Okay, the rest of this is the right way around. These are flat belts though. Okay. Let's just future-proof this now. What we don't know is how much recyclables we're going to be producing. Basically none. Yep, so we're probably not going to need a better one of these for a long time. That's fine, they all have routes to here. Let's get them built. Get those built. And the trucks have been diligently working on the stuff over here. I think I'm going to have to change how I'm doing this. Where can we borrow some population from? Actually, we have the steel, so let's just get more population in. So, yep, they're assigned to keep empty. It's assigned to keep full. That 2 wants to be assigned to be kept full. Don't want to export from here. Don't want to export from there. Don't want to import to here or import to there. They should all be running at full tilt. Copper ore is coming back in again. How are we doing over here? Not enough workers for that. Yep, not enough workers. What can we temporarily turn off? If anything. Oh, bollocks. That was a kind of important thing that we just forgot to do. What a waste of fuel gas. What an absolute waste. Okay, well, turn that one off then. We're not currently making any vehicles. No, we are. We are still making a small amount of vehicles. There's not really anything we can turn off in a minute. We'll just have to wait for our population to catch back up. Extra 100. Interesting. So that's how that works. Okay, we need to get them all into... Oh, decorations do increase unity. Better bonuses available. Can I force more people into that one? Not without making them homeless, I can't. What are we missing? We have everything. We don't have a massive amount of meat, but we have the meat. Why are these bonuses suboptimal then? We're running a little over time. It's fine. Yeah, we want to be upgrading all of these just because we get, or we'll be able to get a extra 50% unity bonus from them eventually. Let's get a second one queued. We're not going to speed it up, but... Okay. You don't have the workers, but it is coming over here. In a minute, you're only getting exhaust from here. Yeah. I'll redo this bit between this episode and next. I think I'll have all of these piped into just this one and have the rest of these powered from fuel gas. That'll be the plan. And I'll see how that goes. And then that will allow me to take the exhaust from this specifically, because that will be exhaust rather than something else. And feed it into the scrubber. And then all of this will be carbon dioxide, which eventually we'll be able to do something else with. But we have our second tier recycling edict, so we will use that. But yeah, I will call it there for today. We've made decent progress. We've got a bunch of things done. Feels like I got more done today than we did do on Tuesday. There were a bunch of smaller tasks, but we did redesign this in its entirety. So I am happy we have made progress. But yes, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday, where I think the primary thing we're going to be working on is more efficient ore processing. We will probably also set up some arc furnaces because I think they are going to be more efficient for what's it called? Recycling, rather than setting them up for actual production. Because it certainly looks like they use more power in the form of coal. Or if we're using coal as the measure of power, it uses more coal to run an arc furnace than it does to run a furnace. But we'll see. But yeah, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.